All right. What do we do? My mic is working and I'm streaming and let's go. Yeah, I thought I would just jump in here, do a little more trophy hunt mod hacking, see if I can fix Pacifist to make it portal friendly. Since it's not, and I decided I'm going to change the way I'm handling things because I don't think it's working. So humanoid life timing is what we're looking for. We're looking for character life timing. And we're going to deal with the entire life cycle of the character. What did I have up here? We want an on death, maybe. And awake and I guess we have to handle character awake, character on death, and character on destroy. Maybe. On death, I think, is probably overkill. Let's do. Hey, what's up, X? Working on Pacifist again. Let's see, I think awake. We're going to patch awake. So I'm trying to fix the fact that, well, I'm trying to work around the way that Valheim lifetimes objects, meaning when you have a dude that's like a character that's chasing you, or he's charmed or whatever, and you portal out of there, Valheim dumps him out, and it's like, I don't need his character anymore because you're nowhere near him and we're not going to bother with him. And when you portal back, he gets recreated, and Valheim knows what that character is and a little bit about his health and his stats and what's going on with him, but it doesn't preserve everything. It sort of recreates him. And my problem was that when he got recreated, I didn't know about it, so I couldn't recharm him and put him back in the state he was in. So I'm going to try to fix that if I can. It's in view is valid. Okay. We're going to charm character. Instance, maybe. So, where's my list? So add charm effect, remove charm effect. What else do we do? We charm and uncharm. And we charm character. So let's fix the naming. So when you hit him, capture for charm, target duration. Okay, we get the charm character, we make an instance, we add him. CDOID equals target CDOID. Hey, Pixel, what's up? Working on ZDO again, zone data objects. Think I have a good idea now of what I'm meant to do here. Just looking at some code. Get the net view. All right. Video key. All right, whatever. I'm going to try doing this whole charmed Boolean thing that I was doing before, except now I'm going to keep track of who I charm on my own using an ID, so that if the character gets dumped out of the world and he gets recreated, I hook him back up to where he was charmed at. Float and charmed time. Try it like that. So when I charm someone, we're not going to do it that way. We're going to, let's see, how do we check on them? Well, let's see, charm character. Well, all opinions and thoughts and ideas are welcome, definitely. It's going to be kind of I'm not going to be a super talky dude, I don't think. I'm going to try to narrate my thoughts, but when I program, I typically am not used to talking while I do it. So, ZDO ID. So I'm going to be a little distracted. So instance is this guy. So instance get ZDO ID. So on destroy and awake, I think, are the two that I want to check. So what happens when I shoot him? Start there. Okay. I shoot him and I want to charm him. So I start a routine on that character. No, I start a routine for me, the mod, and I say capture him. Do I want to do it this way? I don't know. I don't fucking know. Here's who I hit, and here's the duration of the charm. So capture for charm. Do I still want to do that? I guess. All right, so capture for charm. This is the guy. I get his faction. I want to save that too. What's the faction value? Character faction. Set everybody to neutral. There's no such thing. None. Faction. Training dummy. Okay. So I shoot him. I get his. Hi, Anna. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming to the world's most boring stream. Second most boring, maybe? I'm sure there's something more boring than this. Base AID projectile hit noise. Okay, so I just search through all the characters until I find his. Okay, all right, fine. All right, so create a new charm character. Okay. CDO ID, his faction. No, I'm just going to do it like this. Oh yeah, I can make the font a little bit bigger. I forgot about that. I program with the tiniest font. All right, then we're just going to return. So set charm state, set uncharmed state. Okay, so here's one of the problems. If you teleport out while I'm looping and updating his position on the minimap and checking to see if he's dead, I don't know if he's still there because I could have teleported away. So what I can do is I want to loop through what? I want to find him again. So get all characters. So for each character in all the characters, and I hope this is not too slow, for each guy in all characters, if guy get ZDO ID, no, equals ZDO ID. I actually want to have that. Then that's our guy. And we got our target back. Okay, that'll work. So I do want to store that. Let's do it like this. Okay, so make a new charm character, get his ZDO ID, assign the character, keep track of all the charm characters. Cool. All right, then charm him. I'm going to have him add the charm effect to, I'm going to put it here. Add charm effect enemy. And then when I remove him, all right. So it's set charm state does it everything. And then I send a message to the player and say so-and-so is under your thrall. And then here we loop. So I remove his pin. I find him. I remove his pin. I try to find him again. I add his pin. I check to see if he's alive. If he's not alive, then I want to remove him. No, I just want to remove the charm. Then I wait. Let's see if I want. Yeah, I want to break. That's fine. Okay, we break. Target equals null. So he's dead. So yeah, this will keep going until these seconds elapse. If target is unequal to null, then he's target. Target equals null. Does that really mean he died? No, not necessarily. All right, we lost him. So we want to recover him. If he's still out there somewhere, then we get the target again. If he's not there, then we can do, if he's there, we can do something with him. Okay, we want to remove his pin if he's there. Remove him from the list of people that we have charmed. Remove charm effect and set on charm states. I think all of that. These can go into set on charm state. Set on charm state does. All right, he's valid. He's not charmed. We remove the charm effect. And return. Not sure I like this. Okay, hold on. Target sky, target's dead. Actually, I want to see if he's in this list. That's what I want to do. Remove pin. If he's not in this list, then don't add a new pin. Somewhere there, then else break. We'll do it like that. All right. So all that does is wait for the timer to expire and move his pin. Add pin, yield, remove pin. Okay, and as soon as you teleport away, it's going to take his pin out, not put a new one in. Actually, I only want that to happen when the time expires, don't I? I think this is all just too complicated, man. Shouldn't have to be all this weird. We see him, remove his old pin. If we see him if he's valid at all, then we draw out a pin for him. If he's not valid, we ignore that. But he could still be out there, but unloaded. I don't think I want to do that. All right, so we're done now. We either expired or he died. There's a pin for him, but we're going to remove his pin. If charm expired or he died, we want to remove his pin anyway. If he is loaded, we want to return his faction. If he's not loaded, we don't want to reset his faction. If he's unloaded, can we just fucking ignore him? I think so. This expires, he's not there. We remove him from this list and we forget about him completely. If he is loaded, we want to set his faction back. Actually, if we teleport away from him and he's still over on the other side, we forget about him because he's not loaded. But if the timer expires, we still want to set his faction back to normal because the charm broke when he was unloaded. And so when he reloads, all right, fuck it. If he reloads, I don't care. If he reloads and he's on the list, if he reloads and he's on the list, we recharm him and set his faction. If he reloads and he's not on the list, we set his faction back, but we don't know what his faction used to be if he's not on the list. Add charm effect, remove charm effect. All right, this is all fine. So what's a better way to do this? If I If all this thing does is set a timer. Add a pin, set him charmed. Tell the player this is a timer. We remove and add pins if he's available. At the end, we see if any of the characters that are loaded have his ID. If they do, the timer's expired. We restore charmed. In view, where's in view? All right. Uncharmed, faction. All right, so we can do all this with set uncharmed state. Target. Okay, that should uncharm him. We remove his pin, and we remove him from our list because we don't care about him anymore. And then we tell the player, okay. Now what happens if he gets destroyed and then recreated? If he gets destroyed, we set his charm state to false. Now we don't have to do that here, do we? We can just do it like that. Because that will do, yeah. We remove him from our list. Remove his pin. Done. That looks correct. If he gets respawned because we came back through the portal, we try to find him in the list. Charm character guy equals all charm characters that find C, where C.M CDOID is equal to the instance CDOID. If guy exists, then no. Guy is valid. I will return a charmed character on match. I think just find. Contains no. Mm-mm. Hey, Christine. Oh, yeah, no worries. I guess you're not listening, so you can't hear me say, hi, nice to see you. My coolness has definitely been up for debate, but I appreciate the sentiment. So if he spawns out there, we want him to finish being. So we come back through the portal. Hey, I'm here, except I'm a different guy, but I'm the same guy. So I'm still charmed. Here's how much time I have left. So he's still, we want him on the list. So if he gets destroyed, we take him off the list. We don't actually want to take him off the list until his charm elapses. That is a fact. Just the fact that he got destroyed doesn't mean he's uncharmed yet. So what am I doing on destroy? On destroy, I want to remove his pin? No. Do I want to leave the pin where it was, even if he's unloaded? Maybe. I don't think I want to do any of this shit, actually. It's only when his time expires that we remove him from the list. I don't think this is right. Is there a better way to do this with a timer? Every second, check all of them and see if anybody needs to break, maybe? I think I'm making this more complicated than it needs to be. I think so. I think I just want a timer that updates. I already have one of those, don't I? Game timer. That's the in-game internal timer. And internal timer. Yeah, this is what I want to use. So I'm already doing an internal timer for my timer update. Game timer active. That's not quite right either. Would I do this differently? So I'm going to make a charm timer that I start at the beginning of gameplay. That I just start in this mode. Okay. And if we're in the game, if we're not in the game, ignore this. What is it? Return yield. Yield return break. Yield break. I don't care about this, don't care about that, don't care about this. We'll do it like this. And charm timer plus plus. so for all charmed characters, if let's see, charm time let's do it this way. And charm expire time. So when I first charm them, I want to say CC M charm expire time equals the current time. Charm timer seconds plus duration. Yeah. So you expire then. Where did I put that damn timer? Okay. Okay, if charm time expires, charm expired time. So if the current time is greater than or equal to charm expired time, charm expired. All right, so it does that whether they're loaded or unloaded or whatever. So we don't care about them anymore. So then we do this. We find them in our list. Oh, we already have them in the list. All right, we remove them. Took their pin off the map. Remove them from our list. Don't care about them anymore. Done. Okay. So now, when we want to set charm state, we're actually going to do everything. And we're going to pass in our duration. Charm, uncharm. Set uncharm state. Remove from the list. Okay. When they wake up, if this character is in the list, we have to reapply his effect, and we have to, that's all we have to do is reapply his effect and his faction. Capture for charm is no longer what we call. So we're not gonna, what I need is a do charm, not a set charm, uncharm state. Write it down, cat. So here we go. We're not going to start a coroutine. We're going to just do charm, hit char, charm duration. Just like that. Do charm. Oops. Public static void do charm enemy character enemy float duration do charm. Yeah. Gotta figure out how to chunk all this up to do the parts that make sense at each part. Where do I set his CC up? Did I delete that code? Mother. Damn it. Yeah, I did. Where did I get it? There it is. Do charm. So then we create this guy. We say you charm timer seconds plus duration. This is this now. We add him to the list. Enemy. Charm. Okay. We should call that add to charmed list. Hush, kitty cat. I'm going to yell at my cat a lot on this stream because she gets it in her head sometimes that it's time to start yelling. Just yelling. Doesn't have anything she needs. She's fine. Just wants to talk. So this is that part of the stream. This is what I want to find. Utility function here. Get ZDOID from character. Character. Okay. Okay, and then I want get character from ZDOID. List of all the characters. Okay. Go through all the characters. The ZDO is there. Return null. All right, that works. Okay, so uncharmed state CC. I think we want that to be a CC. Can I uncharm him? Yeah. Get character from ZDOID CC UID if target. Add a new pin. Okay. Okay, I think this function is just done now. Charm characters removed. Target. I have to find him again. Okay. Uncharm, remove, pin, remove him from the list. Tell the player done with him completely. I think this function is basically useless now. Add charm effect and okay, that's and set charm duration. Okay, charm state, right? That charm state on him means he's not. I added him to the list. He's in the list. Then if he's in the list, he's him. I need to find him. Yeah. If enemy is null, can't do anything. Okay. Enemy's not null. Get his in view. We set him to tamed. Set his charm flag. Do I need to set his charm flag? If he's in the list, he's charmed. So I don't think I need to set his charm flag because if he's in the list, who cares? It's not, that flag's not saved anyway. So who gives a shit? All right. Add the effect. Done. Okay. So uncharmed. I think I just have to take him out of the list. Who calls this? On destroy. Yeah, I guess so. Or, okay. Set arm chat. All right, so we want to remove his pin. Charm effect. Wait a minute. No. So there's not much to do here. We just set him okay. All right. I don't care about the end view. If enemy, let's get character from ZDOID. If not enemy, return. Yeah. The tame, don't worry about that. Remove the effect, debug error, return. All right, capture for charm. We don't recharm all charmed enemies. Let's ignore this for now. Because as if you reload, now we're still going to need to do that. How do we do that? Reload. Don't do that. We go through our list. So if they're already in the list, that means the time is already set. We know who they are. We just want to reapply the effect. Which is what? We want to tame them, and we want, yeah, so set. Like that. So that's easier. Okay, I think this is better. It's not going to work when I run it, but I think it's better. All right, and when they wake up, hey, we're in Pacifist. Hey, this character is real. We don't care about this end view. We go and say, if and all charm characters contains, what do we know here? No. Right, we find him, and then we set charm state on him, because now we have no. Okay, here we go. We've got him, so we ID. What am I trying to do here? He wakes up. We know this new character that doesn't, it's a brand new character. It's created. It's valid. We find a charmed character from him, which means we need the ZDO ID, not the. Oh, no, it should be valid, I think, when it recreates it. Okay, that's fine. Then we get our CC guy. Okay, now he's awake. And we call set charmed state on guy when he wakes up, if he's in the list. If he's not in the list, we don't charm him, we don't care. Okay, now if he gets destroyed, what do we do? That means he's not dead necessarily, but he's unloaded. We want to keep him on the list, but he's no longer valid character. So he's not uncharmed because he just got unloaded, so we just don't do anything. And we just need to start our charm timer. Start code routine, timer update, timer start. All right, where's timer start get called? Right here. Timer gets started and initialize new track data for new player. So as soon as we create a new player, we start our timer. That timer will run for that whole player. It'll be a little lifetime of the player. We want to reload from, do we want to save that? This data? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so we'll start that timer and we'll start the charm timer. If get game mode equals trophy game mode pacifist, then we'll start our charm timer. That means also that we need to save the charm timer. Game timer active and game timer elapsed seconds. Okay. All right, here it is. In the save data, we need to save, because if you quit and you reload the game, you are in the game with charm timers that are already running. So we need to save it out with a save file, but only if we're in pacifist mode. So that means and charm timer seconds. If charm timer seconds is lower than the elapsed seconds in the, that means it's set to 0. Yeah. Save data.m charm timer seconds. And charm timer seconds equals save data charm timer seconds. All right. Just want to make sure this works if you save the game and quit, or you crash and rerun, and like everything still knows where it is. Shit, that means I have to save that whole list of charmed enemy IDs too, doesn't it? I guess it does. Well, I'll worry about that later. I don't want to fuck with it right now. Save data charm timer seconds. Let's go here. Public. Do you want a long? Okay, and then when we save the game, where do we save it? I'm just going to save it every game mode. Just so what? Let's use a long. Long. All right, so I'm going to save that after the game timer info before /die log count. Okay. So before /die log count, save data charm timer seconds equals charm timer seconds, whatever it is in the game, which is set to 0. Okay, cool. Now I guess I got to save the list of charmed enemies. So save data.m. I don't want to do that right now. I need to do that though. I'm going to come back to that. Does this code compile? Nope. Almost though. Add to charm life, get charm duration. Oh, that's because that's a long number now. All right, now does it compile? Holy crap, it does. I'm sure it's not going to work. Yeah, well, let's just run and see what happens. I'm sure this is loaded with problems. Wait, I start the time. Yeah, I do start the timer. All right, see what happens. Undestroy got called for the player. That's correct. Okay, all of that is more or less out of the way. Now I just have to figure out where my bugs are. Character ID for players. Okay. Let's see what happens if I shoot somebody. Where are you? Okay. He appears to be tame and frightened. Set charm state for boar was a success. Hit boar clone ZDO charmed false. There's attacker. So now, will this expire? Yeah, I don't have him on the... I got him on the mini-map. Good. Does he update? He's just chilling. It's moving on the mini-map, but not moving on the mini-map. I mean, he's moving. He's just not moving on the mini-map. I hit you again. So let's look at that. Okay. Add to charmed list. Hit chart is tamed is what I'm checking. I don't care about the ZDO. Add that back in. All right, so it didn't retame him, but he's not untaming. What is my charm duration? Pacifist charm duration 30 seconds. I'm going to do 10 seconds. Okay, charm timer update. For all charmed characters, charm timer seconds. All right, we're gonna do it. We're gonna get spammy. Debug log warning. Charm timer update. Elap occurs seconds. Known charmed. Am all charm characters that count. Like that. Damn it. Stop. Like that. Yep, here comes the testing, Anna. Here's where we find out all the things we forgot. This would be cool if this, this feature actually worked in game. I think I see a way to make it persist across multiple games and for you to be able to teleport in and out and for charm to break when it's across the world and who cares and all that stuff. All right, check the spam. No spam. Okay, so I did charm him. He's tamed. Oh, I love you too, Boar. Tom. I wonder if different arrows should charm them for different amounts of time, like higher level arrows. Alright, so it's not recharming them. That's good. But my timer is not running, apparently. It's not saying anything about this. Charm timer update. So that's probably because I didn't start it. I'm willing to bet. Start timer. Timer start. Charm timer update. So what, I call it once. Start coroutine. And mod. Start coroutine, charm timer update. Okay, it definitely helps if I start it. It goes okay. I wrote a bunch of code. Now I'm running it and testing it. When I got done writing it, it compiled. I had one typo, and so since it compiles, I'm sure it all works perfectly. Right now I'm finding out where that's not the case. Yeah, it would be fun. I feel like you get an arrow up, like a level 4 workbench arrow, and you can hang on to them for 10 minutes or something. Or, you know, some balanced number. All right, this should hold him. Should hold him for 10 seconds. What's the timer say? Spam me. Why is it not spamming? Oh, did I not go into... No, I'm in Pacifist. Why is my timer not working, dude? Start coroutine, charm timer update. Charm timer up. Is it getting called at all? Does yield return null? Can I just return? Or maybe I just wait a second. That's a good question. Let's ask the internet what happens in Unity coroutines when you return yield, return null. What happens? X is a pause point. Code following a statement doesn't execute immediately. And resumes on the next frame. That seems reasonable. No, that's kind of what I want. Just ignore it. But I should be seeing spam. You're using me as driving music? Oh man, that's sure you didn't. That's dangerous. It would put you asleep at the wheel. Some nerd rambling incoherently. I'm trying to fix it though. That part's exciting. Trying to make a feature happen. I just want to fix the hardest problem first, and then we'll see what the rest does. I think the rest of this will be straightforward once this works. Then we can figure out how Dvergr faction works, because I know it's special. Ain't spamming nothing at all. My timer, I don't think my timer's running, honestly. I should be seeing something. Unless I don't know how these things work. It's possible. Timer update, right? Okay. TrophyHuntMod start coroutine timer update. Yeah. Okay. Why isn't printing? Is it printing, not printing because it's a coroutine? I thought you could do that. I'm sure you can do that. But I ain't seeing nothing. Oh, because I didn't create a new character. It should always be started if it's not. Oh, right. Timer. Because I'm not starting. Okay. Try timer seconds. Quick static bool. Turn timer started. False. So when do I start it? I guess I start it anytime we're in the game. So anytime the player is awake, I need to make sure this is running. But I need to know if it's already been started. So I need real functions here for start and end. So static public static void start charm timer if charm timer started. Don't do squat. Otherwise, charm timer started is true after we hunt mod start coroutine charm timer update. That. Start charm timer. Oop. That thing right there. This is wrong. Start charm timer. Okay. And any time that we wake up as a player in Pacifist, on awake, player on spawn. Anytime the player spawns, we'll check to make sure the timer started. That's what we do if we're in Pacifist. All right, this should run then. Charm timer update. Don't spam that. Okay. Whoa, chat. All the trophies in 3 hours. Nice. In Trailblazer? Yeah, that's that's pretty tough. No one has yet done that, I don't think. I need to do an XMall toggle difficulty, XMall mode, and just make things just arbitrarily and brutally difficult. Or if Steam username equals XMall. Right. No, I won't do that. I promise. We got spam. Expect spam. Oh, you're shitting me. I'm sure that's not your Steam username. Although I can extract it if I want. But no, I'm not going to say if user is xmall, do this other weird shit. Though that would be pretty funny for a trophy hunt. It's like, God, guys, I don't think I'm getting the same game you're getting. I don't know what the deal is. There's like nothing out here. Sure the seed matches? Yeah, that's the seed. God, that's weird though. What the hell? Really, I got one flint out of that. That's strange. Can't build a workbench. Why not? All right, did it start the timer then at least? Started charm timer, so it thinks it's running. Okay, so that definitely started. I see it right here. Timer started, start coroutine, chart timer update. It's just not logging any activity. Game.instance has to be true. I'm gonna kill that. The handicap, yeah. Yeah, well, you know, just people, if people would play 1,000 hours of Saga, you know, and have like Brundlefly like reflexes and memorize all the recipes and build order and have well polished combat skills. Nerf X-Mall. No, it's not. Okay, so I'm thinking it just doesn't print from a coroutine, so what do I think about that? So he's not uncharming, but I want to see if he is. So every time I fire an arrow, I want to print the list of charm stuff. Need to be able to inspect this. Okay. Hit char is null. All right. Anytime I fire a wood arrow at anything, I'm going to print the charmed list. Charm data. This is the great thing about not being able to set breakpoints and inspect the code while it's running, is that I have to just print everything by hand. Okay. Charm seconds. And charm timer seconds. Charm list. Charm. All charm characters dot count for I equal for bar I equals 0 to I is less than all charm characters dot count. Okay. Charm DOID, expired time, expired time. What else do I want? CC dot pin, original faction. Yeah, that's it. Oh, yeah, scales. Yeah, well, scales is a machine, man. I don't know how. It blows my mind that, I mean, all you guys, honestly, with like your ability to not die and react to the game and not die kind of blows my mind. I was watching Thread being chased like 9 birds in the Ashlands and somehow not dying the whole time. Meanwhile, he's complaining about the birds. They're chasing him and more are coming and he's still not dying. Charm seconds is 1. Charm seconds is not updating at all. Why? It's always 1. Okay, well that timer ain't doing nothing. But there is a charmed guy on there. So things are working, except the timer doesn't. It's just not changing the time. Trophy Hunt Mod start coroutine. I do that. Do that for other stuff, right? Do it for the other timer. I do it for the Trophy Fiesta flashing. Trophy Fiesta, something I will never probably ever return to. I do it for starting the coroutine on flashing biome images, on the player path. So I use it constantly for posting stuff to the tracker. So I think I'm okay using that method. Oop. Cat, off my lap. What are you doing? I don't want that in my face. Come here. Jesus, man. Little beasts. Timer. I don't even remember where I was. All right. So I start it here. If charm timer started, return. Charm timer started is true. I call it. I see that it sets it. I see that it started it. It starts it. It's here. First thing it does is update it. And then it yields and waits for another second. So what am I doing wrong? Oh. I'm not going to say what I'm doing wrong because it's stupid. Because I wrote the function to just execute once. Oh. Yeah. Started. Well, at least it's something stupid, not something inscrutable. All right. That's going to spam like crazy, so I'm going to turn that off. Let's see, I could try if xmul, then add a star to every enemy. That would be one. Well, it couldn't be every enemy because then he would notice. I would have to do it like 30% more. And that killed him. Why? Because I didn't run in Pacifist. I'm in Trophy Hunt. Herp-a-derp. Yeah, maybe I could like download all the tracker scores for all the trophy hunts and scale the difficulty accordingly to try to level the playing field. So I could show up and just completely dominate. You know, I think people would catch on though by my play. Oh man, and yeah, made pizza from scratch. Yeah, man. Pizza made with fresh dough in a hot oven is a very special thing. Okay, so there it is. Working. All right, now I can debug. Finally. Yeah, I throw together for my baking team on Wednesdays. I typically I'm not necessary that day. Like I'm not on the front lines of anything. So what I do is I come in and do a bunch of prep work. I make special dough for the week. I fire up a big yeasted recipe of Sicilian style pizza dough, like the thick crust Sicilian pizza dough, you know, like the original Chicago kind of. I do a 2 kilogram recipe of with 2 kilograms of flour. I make 2 giant sheet pans full of pizza dough, and then I just top it with whatever the chef has left over from last week. And I love it, because we don't have food in the bakery that day. Everything's dough, and like we're doing prep, and there's nothing to eat. Like, normally, I can snack all day on crap we have lying around. So I throw a big yeasted pizza dough together. Let's see the timer running. Second 0. What's going on here? While charm timer started, keep going. What am I doing wrong? Yield. Wait for new timer element. Why does this update while chime timer started is not true until after I call the function. God, I'm fucking brain dead. I was up all night with because of kind of gross reasons. I'm not going to share those, but I slept in like hour increments all night. So I'm a little brain dead, and this energy drink I got at the hardware store is really not helping. Oh, that reminds me. Actually, I have to go AFK for a second because I need to flush out the pipes. We got some rains, and I think something was not draining. And I need to go run some hot water. I will be right back. Where's my switch? In here? Where is it? Wait a minute. I think I have an OBS scene for this. Oh, yeah, there we go. Be right back. Okay. Can you hear me? I think you can. All right. I died. No, don't save. Don't save. So you know the dev cycle, Anna. Yeah. things that can go wrong. Gonna bounce so I can play Trailblazer. Oh, right on. I've got fucking Krondusters hooked now too, man. That is kind of addictive when you realize you can play through the whole game without having to like do all the like resource counting and schlepping everything back and forth. It's fun. If I were a better player, I would be able to get farther, but even I can get through the planes before too long. All right, let's see the timer running. That's what we're gonna see today, right? Every second. There it goes. Yay! Numb Charmed 1. Curse seconds 11. All right, that should have expired, and it did not. Charm list has an expire time of 15. All right, so that should have expired. Yeah, so we're at 25 seconds. We still have 1 charmed. I am going to look at the code and see why that's true. Okay, so now if charm timer seconds is greater than the charm time expired, which it is, to remove is set to CC. If to remove is not null, then where do I set to remove? Here. Okay, so then set on charm state, remove pin, remove from the list. All right, that's doing that too early, but I should have gotten a message at least. Remove, get the character target, talk about it, remove it from the list. All right, this just need to make sure is valid. The charm timer seconds is greater than charm time expire. So I should be able to see that. Charm timer seconds, count. Let's just poke a little note out saying we want to remove someone. Removing this guy. Yeah, I feel like I could do a supercut of every Valheim game I've ever played, all my best moments, and it would still be just like watching Thread for 5 minutes, and it's he's already like got the total number of feats of magic higher than I was capable. It's a backwards way of saying what I was trying to say. Okay, charm timer update. Shoot down here and see. Alright, he's not charmed. So that almost seemed like that worked. We have 1 on the list to expire at 34. We're at 36 now. That should have expired. He's not expired. Removing TrophyHuntMod charm character. So it looks like it went to remove it, but it didn't apply the effect. Where is he? It's gone. Piggy. I want to see that. I want to see that again. Let's look at the code. Set uncharmed state. Hit the enemy. Set tame false. Remove charm effect. Remove his pin. Send the message and then remove him. Alright, I want to see all that. I want to see it all. So you do web development, Anna? What language? Okay, I tried to remove him. And it's trying to remove him every single time now. So it's like it doesn't get here. That's a break. So why not? I think I did this wrong. I think I'm wanting to do this. PHP, JavaScript, and of course all that front end stuff. Well, I understand web development not at all. My experience was in lifetimes ago. And it's not. Wait, hold on. Why is CC to remove? Set uncharmed state to remove. Otherwise, update the pin. No, I got that. I did have that right. What's wrong about this picture? That break is going to break out this loop and then not do this. But that's what I want. But here, like that. Yeah, I don't, typo 3. Yeah, I don't even know how to get started with the framework. It's kind of all after my time, honestly, all the web tech. I never dug into any of it. Kind of just went on my own track, and it was all C++, and it got more and more specialized over time. And everybody went and did all that other stuff, and I just never got a grip on it. All right, here we go. So okay, boar is no longer yours. Yes. Okay, so this is it. He's charmed. He's tamed. Running around like an idiot. 10 seconds later, he drops and he comes and attacks me. All right, so finally, we're kind of back to where I was. The trick here is going to be to have charm people at both ends of this portal. So let's see what happens here. So this is going to be waking him up. Waking up the boar. It says there's only one charmed right now. Where's the boar? He's still charmed. Something happened where it didn't. Now I've got 0 charmed, but he's clearly already had his tamed set. Let's see about Grayling Boy. I just need to look at my awake function. That's a lot of different languages all trying to cohabitate, though. That's got to be a little infuriating. Yeah, he's still tamed. Okay, so that means when I destroy that guy on destroyed, I'm not doing anything. When I wake him up, I charm him if he's still in the list. So what's happening? He's getting left out of the list. I don't take him out of the list unless his timer expires, right? The only way he can be removed from the list is if his seconds expire. I say to remove, and then he gets removed. Otherwise, he stays in. If he's there, if I can get a valid target, and then I update his pin. So when I teleported back out, I should have had 2 guys charmed. Let's see if I can charm 2 and it tracks it correctly. That sounds like a lot of juggling. Hopefully you use a well understood framework for everything, and when you switch projects you have all your naming conventions and directory conventions all relatively similar. It's not just a complete juggle every time. God, I'm getting stressed just listening to your description of that, Anna. Okay, let's see if we get 2 in the list here. Come here. Okay, I lost one. I think my timer's too short now. Okay. Alright, I see 2 in the list. 1 in the list. 0 in the list. Alright, that all worked. 1 in the list. Well, you know, honestly, if the job stays interesting, then oh no, he left the list. Interesting. Okay, num charm 0, but I bet he's still set to tamed over here. Yeah, it looks like he never got cleared. All right, so something's happening to pull him out of my list when I go through the portal. I'm guessing that's on destroyed. Come here. Let's have a look at that. Okay. I'm going to put this in the tick. Oh yeah, I got you. Yeah, you if people don't stick and they, you know, if you're trying to be clever, there's an old saying with programming that if you're as clever as you can be when you write your code, you'll never be clever enough to debug it, because debugging is twice as hard as writing code. And that tracks. And young people find an elegant way to do something that no one can maintain. Here. All right, I'm going through. So what happened here? Okay, well, it's still on the list. I went through the portal and it's still on the list. Unless it gets unloaded now. Removing charm character. Why? Stop. Go back up to 30 seconds. Where'd he go? Okay, set uncharmed state for boar, success. The list is empty. He should be uncharmed, right? Where'd he go anyway? Set tamed isn't what I want, I don't think. I was trying that last stream. My goofy clobber of all the internal state may be better for what I want. All right, buddy. buddy. You're charmed. Still in the list. He was destroyed, it looks like. I didn't see a destroy message, but I saw when I teleported, it destroyed a shitload of stuff, including a couple boars, 3 of them. The charm list is still here. Alright, whatever. Back. Now it destroyed a bunch more stuff. Set charm state for boar clone success. So it recharmed him. Expire time 103. And then it broke again. Wait a minute, that just worked. Right? So I shoot him. I go through. I think that just worked. Shoot this guy. Come through. I'm looking to get it back before 152. Time is 131. Okay, so this guy should still be charmed. And then this should break in right now, apparently. And then I go back through, and that should break right about now, too. So this guy should not be charmed. Right? He's still charmed. Well, fuck. So how is it being destroyed that I don't get? Set charm state for... Who's calling that? When it's added, what else calls it? When it wakes up. So the awake part works, but the awake part works, but if he was already set to tamed, yeah, he shouldn't still be trying. That's not working. Yeah. Oh, that's good. I like that. Yeah, go check it again. Well, the simplest implementation is always the best, and it's never the first one you write, right? So first you write something, see if you can get it to work once, and then you write it so that it always works. Then you go in and remove everything that you don't need to have it always work. All the complexity and extra stuff, and make it simple as possible. I always think about Albert Einstein's, like, things should be as simple as possible and no simpler. Worked. For years, I hated programming, just absolutely hated it. Now I kind of like doing it when the stakes are super low and I get to fuck around, like with a language that I don't know in an environment that I don't understand. And I can just poke at it. Like no one is counting on me to do anything correctly. I'm just fucking around. Alright, I got 2 of them on the list. I'm going through. Bunch of shit got destroyed. They're still on the list. Add you. Go back through. Okay, the first one just expired. Unable to set charm state for Z character not found. Okay. So when he did finally load in, where's the boars? Need you guys to stick around. Aww. He got killed. Maybe that's why he's not found. A better test case than this. No, you're right about that. The simplest thing is not the easiest thing for sure. The easiest thing is usually overly complicated and partially incorrect, right? It's the first thing that occurs to you. Character not found. So that means he was unloaded. What if I... Yeah, my on destroy is not getting called for character. Why? On destroy patch character instance. Game mode is unequal to pacifist return. On destroy this. No, that looks right. I don't see it happening when I teleport. Maybe it's not on destroy. What would it be then? It's not on death. I don't think it doesn't kill it. Yeah, building a cage. That's not a bad idea at all. Yeah, let's set up a better test case. Honestly, I'm so out of it that I don't even know what a trained media designer is. I suppose an artist. All right, we're gonna dev commands. God. Time of day, noon. Spawn a shitload of wood. Here, boar. No, come back. come over here. There you go. Come in here with me. Oh, for the love of God. Alright, save game. Oh, God, I suck. Come on. How hard is this? Set charm state for success. They're still attacking objects. Okay. That expired. That all worked correctly. I'm gonna let that charm expire while I'm over here. Take that. Alright, expired. Go back. Totally 100% uncharmed boar is what I expect to find here. Alright, so tamed never got cleared because it got pulled out of the list. Now why? Because it got pulled out of the list when the timer expired, and then when I came back and it woke him up, he still had his tamed flag set. So I bet if I don't do tamed, which Valheim does actually save, and I use my own goofy way of doing it, then I think that's going to be okay. So add charm effect. Set tame true. So let's not do that anymore. Okay, then we put the effect on him. We say we did it. Get his AI. Because now if I let Valheim store the tamed on him, I have to hold on to him and untame him when the timer expires, even if he's unloaded, which seems like a pain in the ass. So what do I need? I set follow target, attack player objects false. I don't think I need to clear his movement. I don't know that I need to set him unalerted. I want to turn off all that fleeing. Maybe leave afraid of fire, flee of hurt when target can't be reached. I think I'll leave that alone. Circle target interval, I'm not going to fuck with that. I have to do that for faction reasons. Hunt player false, I think is good. Target is good. Target info is good. Okay. And then turning them back on. I won't do tamed. Charm effect. Set fellow target to null. Yes. Reset random movement control point. I think I'm going to not do those. Set alerted. I'm not going to do that. Set target null. So let's keep it minimal. And then in my patch for, I know I patch update AI and update target. So here's where I may be getting into trouble. With behavior. I'm thinking, because what I'm doing here is I'm setting the follow target to the player anytime the AI updates. So the enemy will always follow you, or follow follow target. I think I do want that. Then here, what I do is anytime the AI updates its target, AI has to think about what it wants to attack. I slam in a ton of stuff. And I think that's where Ike is getting stuck. And I just don't understand the AI well enough. So what I'm going to do is turn that off. Now it's not going to let me because of these variables. Can hear target, can see target. Right. Okay. C sharp, man. It's like the language itself is fine. It's easy to work with. It's a C-like language, but its ecosystem sucks. It's like a Microsoft fragmented version nightmare. There've been so many updates to it. The shit's called, like, their libraries are called .NET, which is confusing as hell. It's a mess out there with Microsoft. You know, honestly, if I had to write code anymore, I think I'd just do it in straight C. C++ has turned into a giant clusterfuck as they watch like more modern languages capable of doing lambda expressions and doing all this stuff. And they've like shoehorned all this stuff into C++ to make it just this bloated monster. Not that it wasn't to start with, but it's gotten so like awful. Why is time of day resetting? I guess it doesn't say that. All right, he did not tame, and he did not change faction. Now he's on the list twice. All right, so that's because I left out the code when shooting somebody. I have code in there to say if he's tamed, don't. Yeah, is tamed return, right? So that's not what I want. What I want is to test to see if he's in my list. If hit char get what is it? Char CDO ID if it's in that list. What I want is to see if it's in the charm characters list by ZDO ID. CC. How do I get a CC? Oh, I don't like these data structures at all. I gotta rewrite this, man. Let's see. What was I doing? Oh, I was going to see if he's charmed. And the way that I can see if he's charmed is if does contains take a lambda expression? I feel like it does. That would be nice. Find C where C dot M CDOID equals hit CDOID. Yeah, I can't actually do that, can I? If find returns the first element match with the condition if otherwise the default value for type T. That means charm character CC equals okay, and the default value for CC is I don't know. What is the default value for this type? It doesn't make any sense. It's not nullable, right? That's what I would expect. Maybe that works. Maybe it is nullable. Find okay, good. I feel better about this then. Okay. Getting closer. Yeah, I like C. I liked it. I used it for years, but then everyone went to C++ and everyone was thinking object-oriented programming was going to be the shit. And it definitely helped us organize code for a while, but it's not an efficient way to program. And it ends up making code maintenance hard because you get a lot of implied but not explicit behavior that is sometimes very hard to, like, it makes working with somebody else's code hard. I worked at a company in New Zealand for a while where the founder was a really good programmer, but the code he wrote made sense only to him and like a very few others. And so there were only, I was never like the super rock star programmer, so I could not work with his code. And I wasn't the only one, but there were those that could. I guess their brains just worked that way. And I was always annoyed by that because it's like, all right, well, you know, you're limiting the ability of your your stuff to scale by just being a weirdo. Is that not hitting, or is that what's going on here? I hate my structure now. It's not hitting. Hit boar. It's never charming. So that if is null, is that charm state? Wait. No, down here. If I hit him and it's null, it's unequal to null, it means it's found in the list. Then return. These days, I just like making bread. It's never possible to do it properly ever. Everything is constantly changing. Requires you to put... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I fixed my house. A machine will never make great bread. It's a lot more entertaining than constructing something or thinking that you can plan it out and it'll all work. So I like that. I like the impossibility of it. No, I hit you. I swear. Yeah, okay. Alright, so now I hit him. And he's my pal. But he's biting me. Okay, he's dark. Are you biting me? He looks like he wants to bite me. What's his faction? His original faction was forest monsters, but I don't know if I ever set it to player. Faction.players. I don't change it to player, so of course he's biting me. Because it's derp. Set charm state. Set faction to players. And then uncharmed state would be set faction to... Do I ever set the faction back? Appears I do not. Set tame false. Remove charm effect. Change the AI. Enemy faction equals cc.original faction. What else am I forgetting to do? Remove his pin. I think I do that, don't I? I have to look at pins. I haven't been watching pins. I was talking to my baking mentor. There's a guy down here called Craig Ponsford. And he, in the late 90s, early 2000s, he was the bread master of the world with baguettes. He won the World Cup of Bread with the American team in France, and it's a big deal. Now he just, I didn't save my new structure. Now he just makes small amounts of bread in his own little bakery once a week, twice, 3 times a month. Sells out, and he's fine. I mean, like, just makes a small amount of really good bread, and that's what he does. And And I like the simplicity of that. He was telling me that the other day that the bread makers are considered historically as slaves, like God's slaves, as he said. That's what he said. Like we're slaves to it, but it's godly work. And I'm not a capital G God kind of person, but I get where he's coming from. All right, so then they're my friend, right? You guys are friends? I'll bust you out of this taco stand. Come here. Let's go have adventures, you and me. You gonna follow me? You guys aren't gonna follow me. How about now? Oop. You do not want to follow. Oh, but he's doing my work. You gonna follow me over here? Oh, he's following. Okay, yeah. All right, so now we're back to kind of what I had before, except you can't teleport away from your charm and have them forget you. I charm you here. Come on down. Oh yeah, German. Yeah, see, the German. No one loves bread more than Germans. Like, this is something I thought. Bread in France and bread. There's like all these Middle Eastern breads, and everybody makes bread in every country of the world. But nobody feels about bread the way the Germans do. And there are a number of German couples that come into our bakery. I started making a Danish rye, which is very much a German style rye. And she kissed me because of the bread. Now I've been hugged by German people for the bread. Like I started making German pretzels, the Swabian style, with a big fat belly with a cut in it. Our German customers are over the moon with this stuff. Like there's so many German breads that are so good. And when I traveled to Cologne, like the bakeries were every 2 feet in downtown Cologne. The Casa Bretzel and the Nougat Bretzel and the yeah, there's hey, he's still charmed. All right, you're gonna lose your charm, right? This is the way this works now, right? Yep, there it is. All right, so that works. So now what I want to do is start a new character. And I need to save that list. I still have to go back and save my list of charm people. But if the list works, then I can just serialize it in and out, and I'm fine. All right, let's do a new character and actually try to play this as a game. I'll call you Peacenik. Actually, I need to make sure that I'm in the right game mode. I'm probably not. I'm not. Cool thing to do would be to replace the text custom modifiers with the text of the trophy hunt mode when you're in the trophy hunt mod. It is possible to change them to not be what I set them to, which would break that, but that would be a cool little piece of polish there. Yeah, Germans abroad with no access to decent bread. That is so hard. That seems to be what I'm getting with the people that come to our bakery from Germany. But it's like it's more than just this is delicious. I like it. It's more like this woman was like, this reminds me of being a little girl when we would go to the center of our village and the bakery would open up and I would get bread for the family on Saturday morning. I mean, it was more than just yummy. It was like taking her all the way back to when she was a little girl. I was like, holy Christ, you know, that's a hell of a thing to be able to do to somebody with food, which is why I think she gave me a big hug and then kissed me on the cheek. But I mean, as somebody who makes food for a living, being able to touch somebody like in a way that's deep and personal is a pretty amazing power. And food has that power. There are a few things that do. Food is definitely one of them. Sometimes smells can do it, but all right, let's play this as a person. First thing I have to do is make arrows, which means I need wood for a workbench. I need a stone axe and a hammer immediately. Oh, I need some food. I get a kick out of that. Somebody who never, I mean, always liked to cook, but never really took it seriously or worked in food. Have this magical power to transport people to their childhood. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. Okay, now what am I doing? I'm getting more wood. Okay, so I feel like if enemies now behave without getting all wonky, like if I can take Ike down and he won't walk in the water and be sad, and I can get an army of boars to follow me, I'm pretty close to being where I want to be with Pacifist. I can look at my other bugs. Alright, let's take a... Scowling is going to kill me while I'm trying to get a... Oh, shit. First part of this is always a little dicey. So you get the wood arrows up. I could maybe start you with a few wood arrows, but I think this is more fun to scramble for it. It makes you aware of what the constraints of the game mode are, because you could die like right out of the gate. Stop. Why can't I? Oh, I don't have wood. Yep, still can't hit him. Good. There's a saying in German, love goes through the stomach. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's make some of these. What I need is an army of pigs to go kill deer for me. 60 arrows, that should work for a little while. Oh, I need a bow still. I should have started with a bow, and I did not. That is a bug that was reported. I think I did that because I created the character without Pacifist on, and yeah, I have to create the character with Pacifist on. I'm going to dev command it in. Commands, spawn bow. Okay, so that was good. That was Xmal's bug. Was that, dang it. There, hold still, you little freak. Alright. Alright, that guy's stuck in my crap. What do I want here? I want the Scowling to kill a deer. Oh, they're not moving super fast because I haven't re-enabled that. He's going to go after that deer, but there's no chance in hell he's going to catch it. Alright, I'm going to make a new character. Alright, so what is the check for run speed? The run speed check is if they're on my list. Same as the other. So if guy is unequal to null. I want to fix the bugs before they start popping up. Guy is not null. I can't do pretty much any of the rest of this stuff. Because set charm state, if I can't find the guy, then I can't get the character. I can't get the character. I can't get the AI. So yeah. All right. Anyway. All right. Where's my run speed patch? Jog speed factor. If all right, so that's this. I need to replace that with God, my brain is starting to flip on its ear. It's the find operation. This. Okay, so the jog speed. All right, so this deal is ZDO ID equals instance get ZDO ID. Find. Oh, I can just do it like that. It's fine. And then this is just if guy is unequal to null. Instead of all that crap. Like that. Characters in a range of the player. Now I don't care about that. Care about range. All right. So now the speed will apply when he's charmed, but not when they're not charmed. Hey, Pixel. Don't have a bow either. Oh my, no bow. Yeah. How's it going, Pixel? So I think I got the teleportation bugs fixed. I'm turning everything back on again. I found Xmall's bug with the no bow. You have to make a new character with Pacifist active for that to work. So it's easy to make that mistake, and I maybe need to fix that. But you really shouldn't use the same character in multiple. Is this the only one? This is the only one where you can't use the same character in multiple trophy hunt modes, so maybe I need to do it differently. Right now, when you create a character, I add the bow to your initial loadout when the character is created, because that's the standard way to do it. But I feel like there's probably a better way. I should just, like, after your character spawns in for the first time, if you haven't run X amount of meters, you know, like 2 or whatever, then give you a bow. And that way you can bring in a character that you played in another one if you don't start with the bow. You could play a Trailblazer run, or I don't know if there's really a valid case for this. Most people start a new character when they start a new game anyway. But the way I'm doing it right now confused Xmall and confused me, so there's got to be some fix in there. You watched it on the drive home. Oh, that sounds safe. I'm starting to feel morally responsible for your personal physical safety. I don't want that on me. You know, somebody to swerve into a bridge abutment because I'm making stupid jokes on YouTube. I don't know. I don't know if I can live with myself. Well, that was a nice conversation with a German woman about bread. I can tell you that because the German ladies that come to the bakery have definitely made me feel appreciated for what I toil at. All right, good. We're on the coast. Let's try this again. Do I have a bow? I do. Bread, bread, bread. That's all I really think about these days. I've only been at it for like a year and a few months, but they let me run the place now, so that's a good sign, right? I can kind of do it all. I'm getting better, you know. I was told that it takes about 5 years to become a good baker. I got a ways to go. I want that deer to die. Where do I get wood? I guess this is where I get wood. Oh Christ, I'm gonna die. Or as Thread would say, we're dead. We're dead. The only reason I made this mod in the first place is that, like, while I was between jobs, like, I quit my friend's company. I was trying to help his company out, but, like, I hate the work. It was more what I used to do and not really authentically what I want to do with my life. So I was just sitting in my apartment for 3 months doing nothing, just watching all my savings fly out the window. I started watching Thread Menace, and he was just doing these insane 12-hour speed runs of Valheim, and the first time I saw it, I was like, God, why would anybody speed run like Valheim? It's not a game where you speed run. It's like randomly generated. It's the games are hugely long. And I started watching them, and I was like, wow, this is really cool. I'm enjoying watching Thread. Then I saw him and Archie do the first trophy hunt, where they're like, okay, we're going to try something different. You know, I knew who Archie was. And try something here. We're going to calculate our trophies. And so they just played separately together on the same seed, and then just added up the trophies that they got by hand. They were having so much trouble adding it all up. I was like, man, if only there was a client-side way to do that. I started investigating into how you would even modify Valheim at all. And then a year and a half later, here we are. I'm addicted to this damn thing, and there's like a huge pack of nerds that just love, you know, trophy hunting, and, you know, it's been super fun. Been one of my favorite things working on this damn thing. It's such a piece of crap for as software goes, though. I just love that aspect, that it's so like caveman barbarian programming the whole way through, and yet it persists. I'm about to die here. I need arrows. Leave me alone. Let me make one arrow, you monsters. Come over here. Come over here. All right. Time to speedcraft. Uh-oh. All right, I'm dead. All I need is one stack. Come on. Did I get it? Yes. All right. Talk amongst yourselves, boys. No, piggy, no. I have a few arrows now. We're good, we're good. Get them. Alright, I still have 30-second charm on. Alright, I want deer now. Will you guys help me out? You're going fast now? Yeah, you're going fast. Go get them. Go get them, guys. Work them over. I need trophies. There we go. Thank you, boys. Another deer. Maybe on very hard combat difficulty, the charm time should be super low. No. Alright, I just said a bunch of stuff. I need to read chat. Streaming is, boy, that's not it. That's not easy to do either. Speaking of bread, tomorrow's the last day growing the mother of doves. Hey, you're keeping that starter going. Good on you, man. Baking over the weekend. Hell yeah. So, yeah, pull some, before you feed it, pull some out and then use that in the recipe. Or just like pull some out and then add a bunch of flour to it and let it chew through it, get nice and strong. But yeah, you'd be ready to go. Just keep doubling what you leave behind. Or if you need to like make a big batch of something, double it, feed a little extra and get it bigger. We tend to double twice. Like with our starter, we double twice a day before we bake, and we double up to whatever. Like if we need like 40 pounds of dough or 40 pounds of starter for the day, we'll, we go from 5 to 10 to 20, and then we have 40, and then we bake with the 40. When we cut it down to 5, and we start feeding it again. We're not super religious about our ratios, so our starter's been alive for 23 years, and it'll eat everything we give it. So if we need it tomorrow, and say we got 5 pounds left and we need 40 pounds for tomorrow, we can feed it up to, I'll feed it up to 10, and then I'll feed it up to 40 at like a 1-to-4 ratio, and it'll be ready. But a good starter seems to behave that way. All right, I need one more deer. But good for you for keeping up with the feedings. That thing's, by 10 days, it's the colony in the bucket knows itself, and everybody that didn't like that flour and like that schedule is dead. Everybody that did is there still. So you basically evolved a really strong starter, and I think you'll be happy with it. It may take some working with it to get used to kind of how it behaves in the recipe, but don't give up. It's worth it. I'm going to read some more. I think it was Thread and Henrik that made me get interested in the game. Yeah. Yeah, I was playing for years before I saw Thread's speedruns. But I've loved speedrunning, like watching speedrunners my whole life. I love this dude, Lobos Jr., that runs Dark Souls, or used to in the day. Now he just kind of streams it and fucks around. Yeah, temperature definitely comes into play. It slows the starter down. Funny thing about a starter, if you feed it and it's overnight and it's cold and then it warms up in the morning, the starter will take off, and it has like inertia, and it will come back fast. Probably the most important thing for temperature is dough temp. So you're making sure you get the right water temperature, so the dough you end up with after you've added the starter is the right temperature. If you can get that, then the starter hits the dough at a good temperature for the dough and will warm up and wake up if it needs to. It seems like that happens pretty naturally. I don't know, man. I think maybe I need to restart this one because I'm just running around shooting shit and not paying attention because I'm talking about bread now. All right, I'm going to save right here. I'm going to quit. I'm going to change that charm duration to 5 minutes. Let's see if I can't get Ike down. Half wheat, half rye. Yeah. A good, you can, if you get a good, Anna, if you get a good strong white flour with a lot of gluten in it, so high protein flour, like 13 or 14% protein, then you can use 70, 80% rye and, 10, 15, 20% white in your rye bread. And you'll be amazed at like how the crumb comes out with the rye. It'll taste like rye, but it'll have lots of bubbles in it, lots of holes in it. It'll be lighter, and it's just got all that rye like flavor. This rye has like no gluten. Did I do Pacifist? I don't remember if I did Pacifist. Too high a temperature can be fatal for sourdough. Yes, that's true. So like 100 degrees, you're already or 100 Fahrenheit, you're already kind of, going to make it unhappy. It won't kill everything. And you could make it probably to a certain point, a higher temperature starter. Just evolve it, kill off everything that hates the heat. But yeah, past I don't even, 115 Fahrenheit maybe, past a certain point, the yeast is just very unhappy. A brewer would probably know better. All right, you guys can all be on my team and go get that deer. Oh, never mind. Get that neck trophy. Go get that deer, guys. I want a deer. Wonder if it... Yeah, I don't know. Idiot, man. Look at this guy. Maybe I need to increase swim speed too. It seems like whenever anyone hits the water in this mode, things can really drag. Just attack him. He's right there. One more. Come on. Pig missile. I love the pig missile. Come on, you boneheads. It's all over now. Is there a swim speed I can override? There's a swim speed modifier in the character that I could change. Oh no, that's a stat modifier, never mind. That's for like the fins or whatever. Character swim speed. Did they kill it? Update swimming. Apply stats effect speed mods. On swimming. Swim speed, where is it? Yeah, I could pump his swim speed up, maybe. Alright, I need to start looking at the pins. The pins seem to be working, but I haven't tested them thoroughly. Is a dead deer around here somewhere? What's going on with my boar? He's way over here. He must be chasing that deer still. Okay, so maybe I do need to fix, like, they don't get X far away from you. Like, they just straight up lose their target when they're like 100 meters away or something. All that bread talk made me hungry. Did you kill it? I hear a deer. Wait, there it is. He got it. I got him a deer. I gotta figure out where Ike is now. I wish I had some cheese. I'm cheeseless. I have peanut butter. That's kind of like peanut cheese, but it's not. Okay. She makes her own peanut butter, hardcore. Not that it's, you know, complicated, it's just cool. It's just messy. Just not a lot of people in my country do that. Where's I going? I was going back to the rings. It's funny, talking about additives, like peanut butter additives. There are all these magazines that we get at work, like bread industry catalogs and things that all these companies selling equipment and ingredients and all that. And there are all these ingredients that are like stabilizers that improve like hydration and shelf life. And of course, I can't attack them. This is Pacifist, man. I want that pig on my team. Okay. But like are super popular, especially in like commercial baking settings, because it just, I mean, we make our bread every day and we don't like, oh, he's right there. Badass. Good, he's near the water. I'm going to see if he goes down the water and gets confused. I turned off my biggest AI hack. Alright. Alright, Ike, come at me, bro. Good. Did I get you? I didn't get you. Did I not get you? Why didn't you? Why did I not hit you? It's not charming Ike. Why is this? Damage patch, player's attacker, Ike there. Player. So it's like I'm hitting him. But why wouldn't it charm him? Okay, damage is rejected, fine, but it's not hitting him. Why? It's not saying hit care of faction blank and hit care is character, hit care or is player or is dead, return. So I'm hitting him, right? Alright, hit care gets ZDO ID from character, so I got his ID. He's found in the list, then ignore him, otherwise charm him. Add to charmed list. Okay, so it's not charming Ike. Why? Uh-oh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. No stamina, no food. Oh, that neck's gonna kill me. Ouch. Ouch. Alright, I think I'm okay now. Come on, Ike, be my buddy. Nothing. Alright, it says I hit him. Or it says it was aware that I was trying to hurt him and I didn't. But why is it not saying... Is that him? Is he already on there? Doesn't make sense. Why can't I charm Ike? What am I doing? Ah, I'm freaking out. Alright, save. Like, doesn't seem to be loot. Well, now I need to charm it. Ammo, collider, name. Okay. Hit char, yes. Charmed. Is unequal to null. Return. That's the only thing that would be failing, right? If instance is null, instance to owner. Projectile. Okay. Get the ammo from it. Ammo is valid. It's the right ammo. Not seeing any of that. I'm going to catch up on chat here. Yeah, leashing. Yep, got to do it. Although they're so bad at catching them sometimes. You have 10 kilos of homespun wool. Oh, wild. I've felted that stuff, but I haven't worked with any textiles at all. You're in the after times, Anna. You're going to be in good shape. You're going to be able to make anything you need. You know, after the AIs all get intelligent and we're all hiding underground. Ouch. My bow is broken. That's weak sauce. Alright, that should have been a hit for sure, right? There's attacker projectile on hit. Item hit the, okay, I hit his capsule. Then what happened? Only apply to wood arrows. Alright. And then I didn't get this hit char. So either we didn't get the character from his collider, or this is new. Wood arrow. Okay. There are wood arrows. Yeah. So what's the problem here? It used to work. I haven't changed this code. Character collider. Yeah. Before I was hitting capsule Character collider should return a character. Bulk mirror. So you've seen wood arrows not connect on larger enemies in Pacifist? How long have I been streaming? Jesus, 3.5 hours. I think it's a record for me. Okay, so if it's failing on large enemies, it's because they have multiple rigid bodies associated with their skeleton. So one of the rigid bodies must be a non-character collider. Look at that, bow's broken. Ah, shit. Alright, that hit right there should have hit, because I saw it hit. What's it say? Hit detected on character collider. Invalid hit char. Oh, interesting. That means that hit char was null, or was the player, or was dead, which the collider's component on character must be a more reliable way to get that. Collider looked right? It was character collider. So what does a character collider have? That's the name of it. Collider. Ground collider. Humanoid. I don't know. Is that a type? Character collider? No. Collider. Dot. Find objects of type. Get component. Collider. Get component. Character. Collider dot owner. No. Well, let's ask the Oracle. In Unity, how do I get the character from an object that from character from its collider? Game object or component of it associated with okay, collider game object name, collider game object get component. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Works on most characters. I could spawn a Morgan and try it. It's weird though, because this was working before and I haven't changed any of this collision code in this latest version. broken. Ouch. Three. Invalid hit char. Yeah, that was working fine before. So if it doesn't have a character associated with it, then... Oh yeah, no, Pixel. I got rid of taming, just because taming is saved with the object and charm is not. It was complicated to. Okay, so what was the deal? I'm tracking whether I have something charmed now in a list, so that if I teleport around, the list is still valid, and if I teleport back, I know that the enemies that are completely respawn from scratch. I know how to look them up in the list now, and so I can re-charm them at the right point at which they need to be charmed. But with tamed, it retains that tamed state, so it complicated my logic to have me keeping track of charmed in the list and then having to do tamed as well. I don't think I explained that super great, but I went away from tamed. The behavior wasn't exactly what I was looking for with tamed either. They weren't as aggressive as I was hoping. Yes, invalid hit char. Hit detected on character collider. Let's see. Let's try this. How do I get the character from the character collider when I get collision with an enemy? That didn't work either. But this mostly works. If I just... If I just say if it's not null. Collision collider, try to get component character collider, but that's not a component, so you're a liar. AI is so semi-useful for programming. The CC is a character collider, which is not an object type. So I mean, if it were, that's probably a good way to do it, but it's making shit up. There also is no collision object that I'm aware of. So the function I'm looking at is on hit. let's look at that. Projectile on hit. Gives me a collider, a hit point, whether it was water and the normal of the collision. Hit character is destructible, is get component I destructible. So here we go. This is probably more reliable. So there's a on hit. What am I doing here? On hit prefix. Before it hits it, I turn damage off. After it hits it, it passes the collider to me. And what's it done in the meantime? Hit character, let's see, destructible. If destructible is unequal to null, okay, it may not have a destructible on it. If collider is valid, then get an I hit projectile. Call on projectile hit. If it's not on projectile hit, return. So maybe on projectile hit is a better function. That's on the component I hit projectile. Bounces, do AoE. Destructible is unequal to null. Then the hit data gets filled out. Did damage is true. M owner. What's this? It's a projectile owner. That's me. If AoE is greater than 0, then do AoE. Otherwise, what's that do? Oh, it does a spear check. Oh, okay, well, if this wasn't reliable before, there's, I'm sure, a better way to do this. Projectile on hit. Find hit object collider. Seems like a very handy function. That's find hit object is on the projectile. So maybe we do something like this. Game object obj equals instance find what? Find hit object collider on projectile. Oh, maybe it's projectile find hit. Here we go. Object collider. And then get the character component from the hit object. If that's not null, we hit it. What were my other... look at my other bugs in this list. Excuse me. I wanted to fix charmed enemies sometimes go in the water and get sad. Unable to recharm after portaling. That's fixed. No bow on create character. That's not a bug. Possible repeated exception. That's not a bug. Follow distance too close. That's one I can look at if I get this working again. There we go. So that is a much better way to handle projectile hits on objects. And that should fix the Morgan problem too. Let's see if that's true. God, spawn Morgan. Come on, Ike, take out that Morgan. Yeah, that grabs the Morgan immediately. So that's a much better way to handle it. And the follow distance is still a problem, as you can see. All right, that's a good fix. I keep that one. Nice. Is that equal to null? Then do all this stuff. No. That Morgan would help a lot in the meadows. The meadows Morgan is a good pet to have. So let's go with follow distance. Where is that? I bet this is going to be weird. Follow. Base AI follow. Okay, yeah, so base AI follow has some hard codes. And the way follow works is it says, okay, now you're following, so go follow. Here's the distance from where you are to where you want to go. If that distance is greater than 10 meters, then run is true. So it'll run up to 10 meters and then start walking. If that number is less than 3, stop moving. So it's saying basically 3 meters, no matter how big you are. 3 meters is how close I want to get to you. And I think I want to change that for this mode. I think that, I don't know if it should be based on enemy size, but it could be. But I think something more like 5 meters is reasonable, because I don't know that we ever really want them to follow you super close. Is there ever a case you'd want to like carefully walk them through an area and they need to be close to you? This is a simple enough function that I can just straight up override this. This is base AI follow. So I'm going to override it right now. Where do we put this? We'll put this up here with the AI mods. All right, now we're finally doing some programming again instead of debugging. This is great. Right after update AI. All right, so we're going to patch this in with a harmony patch. Harmony patch, type of base AI, name of base AI.follow. Okay. And then that is going to be a new class, public static class of base AI follow patch. Okay. And I want this to be turning a Boolean because I'm going to override it. I'm going to say base AI instance. It's going to pass me that. And then public. What am I missing? Static bool. Follow. Do all this stuff. Return false. That means don't do the original function. Stop moving is an AI function, so we'll call that off of instance. Move to AI function. Then I'm going to say public const float max follow distance equals 5 meters. Okay. So now this, instead of calling their function, I'm going to call this every time for base AI. Last thing I want to check is to see if follow has an override in another AI function like monster AI or animal AI. No, base AI is the only place it's used. Okay, that should work. Could be a percentage of size, could be I could get the extent of the enemy that I'm dealing with and use like a quarter of its length maybe. Yeah, I mean we can make it whatever we want. I have the game object of the thing I'm trying to follow right here called Geo, and I could grab, that's the enemy or whatever the thing it's charmed. Wait, no, it's not. That's the player. That's me. This. Wait a minute. What is this? It's not a valid keyword. It's all right. This isn't valid code. This is instance transform position. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Pixel, is that at 5 meters, the bears won't come right up in your grill, the Morgan won't stand right over you, Ike won't stand over you, and then if a boar is a few more meters away, it's not going to be a problem. It does mean he's farther behind you, and his perception range will seem shorter, and so you'll have to run him closer to enemies. Whoops. Let's do this. So it has some gameplay effects, but it might be fine. This isn't the precision gameplay mode, really. At least not yet. It would be kind of fun to like mark somebody with a certain kind of arrow and have your entire army go after them. Alright. Come get me, bro. How close do you want to be to me? Alright. He's not quite as rabid about it, I don't think. So that feels a little close anyway. Is my function even getting called? He's still too close. All that crap. Base AI instance base AI dot game object dot transform dot position. It's probably more correct. The M character is way more better. That's correct. Let's make sure this is getting called. Make sure we're getting lots of woots here. Yeah, no, it's going to be center of him to center of me. So I should probably see if I can figure out a way to get the character's center point and radius. Let's see, base. So is there a radius? Character radius. Radius. Let's see. Size. Size is going to be everywhere. Length. And width. Nope. Let's look at character. It's going to be his model size. I don't think that I'm going to have a value in here that I can't get without grabbing his model and trying to figure out how to get his model size. The AI would have to know how wide the dude is, though. See anything like it in here, though. No. All right, I'm gonna have to dig a little deeper, I think. Let me just make sure my function's actually executing. Well, yeah, and the bears are pretty nosy when you're in your house working on the workbench, and they stuff their entire big fat head in the doorway. All right, how close to me you want to be, brah? Come here. That's still too close. I'm not seeing that patch getting called, though. See any woots going. Where did I fuck up? Base AI follow, base AI patch follow. So I go. Base AI dot follow. It's a game object and time. Repatch base AI follow patch. It's not calling that. Oh, duh. Because I didn't rename the function to prefix. Okay, I don't need this, I don't think. I should leave it in. Yeah, based on the total radius of the character would be good. Like, I want to get no closer to that dude than my radius plus 3 meters, not just my center plus 3 meters like the code seems to be right now. What's move to do? Get solid height. Don't know what that is. Distance. I'm looking for a radius here. Ouch. You hurt me. Okay. Yeah, see at 10 meters, or what did I put to? 5? Gotta put it at 5 meters. Yeah. At 5 meters it feels a little more comfortable. Now it's still, maybe he's crowding me a little bit. Right? Let's get a, I'm gonna turn God mode on. Let's get a Bjorn out there. A Morgan. Oh Jesus. This isn't good. Ike is gonna die. Where's the Morgan? Calm down, bro. Ike's standing on the Morgan. That's brave. Alright, so now we're good. Yeah, the bear is kind of up in my business. It's better. See, they're not reacting to me too much, but it does kind of feel like they're breathing down my neck. You guys want to go get some deer? We could handle some deer. Yeah, this still feels a little too close. So I wonder what it uses to calculate the radius of the character. It's good to kennel your bear. Yeah, it honestly feels a little close to me. And yes, Woot is getting hit. All right. So it works. Let's just figure out what the right distance is now. The game objects collider is probably the radius of the model. One of them. I don't see. Here's where my knowledge of Unity is. There's going to be a component on the character that has. Oh, you know what I can try? You guys want to see something cool? Let me go. Where's this? Yeah. So BepInEx, disabled plugins, Unity Explorer, plugins, paste. Okay, check this shit out. This may not work, but maybe it will. I'm going to see if I can inspect the model of the of Ike. Too far away is bad too, right? Because then they're not going to be engaging with you. So you kind of want, when you're running, you want them to be following you more closely, and when you're standing, you want them to be farther away. And maybe that's enough. If they were trying to get to the position directly in front of you while you're running, then they would pull up pretty tight on you. And then if you stopped, then they would stop earlier. So it might. Yeah, so you guys see all this, all these windows? This is a program that a very smart person wrote called Unity Explorer. And it's not, I mean, he clearly knows Unity really well. It's a viewer, really. And it's not doing a lot of work. It's just viewing all the Unity objects in the UI and in the game, and puts them into a big list. And then you can inspect their values, which is pretty neat. It's like a debugger. So here I am at Ike again. I'm gonna pause. Shut up. Okay. And let me see if I can find Ike there. Okay, Ike's near. Here he is. I think this is him. So he's got a transform a location. Oh no, this is his location in the world. That's like his spawn. Maybe this is him. Yeah, this is him. So he's got a capsule collider, which is probably what I need to look at. Its center is 1.5 meters. Capsule height is 3 meters. That sounds about right. Radius is 1 meter. Seems small. Bounds. Looks like it's 1.5 meters tall, 1.5 meters wide and deep. I mean, 1 meter wide and deep. So, if this, can I visualize this? It would be really cool if I could, like, visualize it in the game. Here's all this shit hooked up to his model. There's a transform of his pelvis, which is typically his world position. Let's try this again. So there's this humanoid. He's a humanoid, Eikthyr, did you know? Do I see a radius in here anywhere? It'd be nice to just pull this data out of something instead of having to go figure out where to get it from the model. Blar. Not seeing anything. Character get radius. Well, that looks promising. That looks like it might be about right, but that number looks smaller than I would expect. Let's see if... There is a character get radius. And it goes and finds the collider, gives me... transforms it by the scale of the object, and then gives me... collider's radius scaled up by the magnitude of the local scale. Alright, yeah, so it's 1.5 meters is kind of not, so that's his radius would be 1.5 meters. That actually kind of matched what I saw in his data over here for the capsule. 1.5 meters. And his capsule center offset. And his bounds looked like 1.5 meters. Something's not right here. That's probably his AI, like, radius, not his visual radius. Like, that's the, he physically occupies a meter and a half radius in the world, but his model extends beyond that. Bounds. Radius, capsule collider radius is on 1. Yeah. Bounds. Does he have any other bounds? Closest point on bounds. So I don't know. Extents. The center is there. Yeah. So that's what I'm guessing is that this is his. That doesn't make sense either. Never mind. Let's see, trophy Eikthyr. That's my trophy. I hang most of my shit off of HUD root. So this is the UI hierarchy up here. The hitbox. No, yeah, his hitbox would be quite a bit bigger, but that's a good thought because this capsule collider. Hold on. All right. Here's his transform. Here's his rigid body. So this is likely where his collision is interacting with the world. Here's the center of mass. So maybe there's a bounds in here. As rigid body, like radius, no. Bounds, no. Size, no. Transform. What? I don't know. I don't think this is helpful. I don't see anything. Strengths? No. He weighs 50 kilos. Means nothing. Makes no sense. World center of mass. I wanted to think that there's some kind of extents or bounds, or should I try extents? Bounds, what else? AABB, OOBB, object OA, object oriented bounding box, axis aligned bounding box. Nope. None of that. Turn them off by Ike. See if I can inspect his body. No, it's not working. World. No, it's just him. So this, it's not the animation. It's not the monster AI. Extent. Character get radius. So let's spawn something else and see what its values look like. Oh wait, I can't use the keyboard with this thing. With this thing up. Oh, there it goes. Oh, I died. Spawn boar. God. Dev command spawn boar. Okay, and bring this up. Mouse inspect. Where's that boar? Ah. Oh, Jesus, it's 2:30 in the morning. Okay, thank you for hanging out. It was great talking with you, and I appreciate you coming and keep me company on this. If you're still here, I appreciate you. What are you called? Just boar clone. That doesn't help me. You? I think this is you. You're... What were we looking at? We were looking at capsule collider. Radius. 0.5 meter. Humanoid get radius is what we're looking at. Boar clone, humanoid. Get radius. Evaluate. 0.8. So where's Ike? Evaluate. 1.7. So it's twice as big as a boar. I don't know. Spawn. What's something really big? Seeker Queen. She's pretty big. Let's check her out. She is called, yep, Seeker Queen. So her humanoid radius is 2.5, 2.42 meters. It's like 8 feet, something. Radius, so 16 feet in diameter. It looks bigger than that to me, but I don't know. Well, I could just double the radius and we could try that. Or use some multiple of the radius and see if that works. Yeah, alright, let's try that. Get Explorer out of here. So in our base AI follow distance, we're going to try, let's see, the character will go something like, let's try it. See follow distance. We'll do see follow distance plus instance.m character get radius times radius scale. And we'll make what the hell's going on? It's 2, so it's twice the radius plus the default follow distance of 3. So that means if the radius is like a boar and it's like 0.4, what was it? It would be 3 meters plus be 3.8 by 4 meters. It's the queen. It would be 3 plus probably like 3.5. So 6.5 meters. That might not be big enough. Let's try it. Fodder, yeah, fodder's pretty big. But do we anticipate people taking fodder out for a spin? I guess you could. I guess you could take fodder across the ashlands and take over a couple forts. I guess we definitely. Where's the object explorer there? Took that away. I did not. There we go. All right, so we're banging through bugs today. I have not seen Ike lose his mind into the water yet. So let's see what we've fixed. I'm going to go back up to here, pull out my hit list, pull up Notepad, the best text editor ever made. Not. Charmed enemies sometimes go in the water and get sad. Okay, haven't seen that. Unable to charm after portaling. That one's fixed. No bow on creating a new character. That one's not a bug. Possible repeated exception causing hitches. That was not that was an OBS problem. Follow distance too close. I think we are working on that one right now. Charmed Dvergr shoots you in the back. Haven't looked at that. Thralls chase deer all the way across the zone. Haven't tried to fix that. Charm breaks because enemies causes enemies to forget about you completely. Okay, this one was the same thing as the recharm after portaling problem, which was they would get far enough away as to they would despawn and they would lose their status as a thrall and they would be gone. And I counted that as a charm break. I would not count that as a charm break anymore. And if you caught up to them in the time that their charm timer was still going, it would recharm them and they would join you again. So that I think is fixed. But I'll need to test it. And then toggling Pacifist on and off for all game modes. That's that easy, but I don't even know if we want to do that yet. So let's look at follow distance. Why am I offline? Not that I need to be online. Well, Volk, you missed the most boring part of this. The first 2 hours of this thing was me like rewriting a bunch of code and not testing anything, so it wasn't very exciting. Alright, so this is his follow distance. So this is 3 meters plus twice his radius. Which honestly, for him, feels pretty good. Tab commands, let's go God, and then let's bring in the Bjorn. Because he definitely crowded me and made me feel uncomfortable. Oh wait. Alright, Bjorny, come say hi. Alright, he's a little standoffish now. I really want to base it on player velocity so that as you're moving, he's trying to get in front of you, and so we shorten it so he's charging up. So like if you're charging it into an area, you leash him up to next to you. Because I think that would, like, scaling it based on player velocity and direction would make a lot of sense. Because he would be a much better wingman if you didn't hang way back, right? But when you're stopped, you don't want him to come all the way up into your grill. I would reduce his follow stuck. Yeah, I would reduce his follow radius. Actually, that feels pretty comfortable for him. Maybe a little closer. It is way better. I'm going to tighten it up a little bit. And then I want to reduce it if your player is moving. So let's see. GO is the player. So what's the velocity of that player? Game object. How do I get the velocity of the player object? Let's try player.m local player velocity. That's easy. So he's following. In this mod, that target's always going to be you. Say if go equals is equal to player.m local player game object. So that's you. Then what would you call this? He's like distance reduction. So I'm going to make this calculation be follow distance plus get radius times radius scale minus distance reduction, which can never be greater than these. I guess it could. He could stand in front of you. So the player's velocity in meters per second. I wonder what the range is. Let's get the magnitude of that. Magnitude is vel mag. So this is the magnitude of the velocity in meters per second. And so distance reduction is equal to, I'm running, well, what's a reasonable movement rate? Let's ask the internet. How fast in meters per second can, what's that dude's name? Usain Bolt run. He can run 10 meters per second in a 100-meter race, and he's like a superstar. He's the fastest man alive. So let's just say velocity mag is 10. And so let's just use it directly and see what happens. You're right. The more people you have following you, the closer they'll feel if they're gathered around. I reduced it by 25%, the radius scale by 25%. I want to see if it's too tight now. I also want to see what happens when I move around. I think it could be super fun if you're running through the forest with a whole crew, that they like run, they creep up on you and they run kind of a V formation next to you, and then when you stop, they hang back. Like that would be pretty cool. All right, so come up on me. Come up on me. What are you doing? Oh, he's killing something. Thank you. All right. Now what? Okay. So that's not too bad. That might be too close though. I think that's too close again. Yeah, if I feel crowded. All right, now if I run, I want to see him. I want to see him get up on my business. All right, I don't know if that's good or not. It's definitely trying to crowd me when I'm running, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Make it a sweet time. All right, then he hangs back. So that kind of works. It's not super great. Kind of subtle, honestly. See it more when I'm walking. All right, let's make that back to twice the radius. Base follow distance is the default. Distance reduction is the velocity magnitude. Minus follow distance. So if the position's distance is less than the follow distance plus is less than the follow distance plus twice the radius minus the distance reduction. So yeah, that's right. And if this is negative because distance reduction is high, then the distance to you would have to be less than a negative number, which it won't ever be. So that means basically standing right on top of you. So I guess that's not great, but let's try half of the velocity. It'll be more subtle. Yeah, visibility. A troll would be a good one to. You want them to be close enough that they'll pick up your targets, but you don't want them to be so close that you can't see with the follow camera. Yeah, maybe that feature is fucked. Maybe it'll just like clip the camera. You get them to swing out to the side. But that's not the way this function works. I can't specifically position them. I just get them to move to you. Is that right? What am I doing? I'm telling it where to move to or stop. So I guess I could move them off to the side. Oh, look at me, I'm dead. Oh, great. I didn't think about streaming, but I just had a personal message appear on my screen in the corner. It's not, any big deal. It's just my ex-wife's sister telling me she missed me at her birthday party. But I forget. Oh, Jesus, man. Alright, how are we doing, Ike? Could you be my friend? Alright. Too late. Alright, so that feels better. And if he's running behind me, how does this look? Walking behind me, it's a little distracting. Running behind me, he loses ground anyway. If running behind me, it's not awful. I don't know. When he's walking behind me, that's kind of weak. I come down here and watch. I'm thinking about it too much now, and I it's not that big a deal. Wait. God. Spawn box. I don't know, it's kind of annoying. The Lux really does crawl right up on your booty, though. Ike, would you piss off for a minute here, please? Maybe he doesn't. Maybe Ike's pushing him. Ike's pushing him. They're both trying to get to the same spot is the problem. They're not aware of each other. And I don't want to have to solve that problem because there can be n number of characters all needing to separate. I want them to separate on their own using physics and not try to like use AI to path them around each other because that's insane. I don't know. This seems fine. I think that I'm going to leave off that distance reduction thing for now, and I can bring that back if that's useful. Just keep it as simple as I can. All right, so that's a good change. I'm going to check this in. Fixed portaling and charm with list of charmed objects. We'll push that, and then I have a piece to write to do. Save list of charmed enemies. So here's the charmed list. Like you could charm a bunch of crap, quit to the main menu, come back in, nothing would be charmed anymore. You have to recharm it all. Or charm a bunch of shit, quit, load back in, and it would be uncharmed. And maybe that's okay. But I can save it, so I think I want to. So what I want to do here is charmed character. It's basically going to be a list of these guys. List, add derp, list of charmed characters. And then I think that this will work. I don't know. I may need to make a special data structure for that. All right, so when we're saving data, after we save the charmed, we're going to do save data. Can I even do this? I think I can. What do I call it? Charmed enemies? Charmed characters? So that I think will save it. I think it'll serialize all charmed characters. Okay. And then when I load it, slash die charm seconds. Okay. I think I just reversed that. Think that'll work. I can test that right now. So that means if you do multiple sessions, or you have an army of carefully charmed things, or if I add like a 15-minute charm arrow or something, then you'll get credit for that. And like if it ever becomes strategic to have like 1 locks and 2 fuelings, and that's what you're doing, then when you load back in, you'll have your guys. And maybe this is overkill. Oh, we have a problem. Can't serialize those data structures. A reflecting type charmed character. Why? Recursion limiter. Okay, I can't do that. Why? This charmed character is not serializable somehow? Because pin data probably isn't. No, pin data is not. Okay, this is going to be a pain. Factions, EDR ID. Okay, everything else is fine except this. Pin data, which means I need to what? Null it? Shit. So what do I do when I reload? I put the pins on after it loads. It reminds me I need to look at recreating all the pins. Term state. There's a function in here somewhere that I rebuilt all the charm dudes when you reloaded. Recharm all charmed enemies. So what am I doing? Oh, it just uses my list. So that will not recharm the charmed enemies if you load back in. So if I have to restore that list, which means I need to figure out how to store a pin data, which is really just an icon. What is it? It's a position and an icon number. Oh, it's more complicated than that. It's a bunch of UI crap. Oh well. That charm state does what? Doesn't do anything with the pin. We don't give a shit about the end view anymore. So add to charm list adds the pin. I don't do that. So maybe what I do is I load the charm characters in one by one. Enemy duration. I have to think about this. This is all I have to store is the icon number and the position. And then I can recreate the pin when I load. It means I only really need to save that. Well, and I have to figure out this timer expire time shit. The expire time would be different. Duration is lost. So when I save timer seconds minus the expired time minus the timer seconds will give me the remaining time. And then when I reload, I can use the current timer seconds plus the remaining time to set the expire time. Okay, I can get all that. Okay, well I have some very unsexy code to write about serializing that stuff. Let me think about how best to do that. think, so since I can't do that, what I'm going to have to do is make this array something else. So the charmed characters is not this thing. It is something else. It's like have to make a new data structure. So let's do that. I'm just going to do it. Public class THM save data charmed character, which is going to be public vector3 position int pin type. Maybe I can store the pin type directly. Any map.pin type. Public long charm time remaining. What else was there? I think that's it. So then what I do is I store the timer seconds, and for each CC in and all charmed characters there CC in all time characters for each. Why does it not like that? All I'm writing code in the variable definition. All right. Public list THM save data charmed character and charmed characters equal null. Okay, there's my list of what I'm actually going to save. Okay. Then when I go to save it, I can't just save everything. I have to, for variable CC in all charm characters for each. So go through each one, create a THM save data charm character. Okay. Save data. Okay, and I have to poke its values in. Let's call this saved char. Save char dot mpos equals cc dot mpos. Oh, I need the zone definition ID as well. Public ZDOID and ZDOID. I think. What's this thing? Oh. It's not simple either. Fuck. Well, maybe it's serializable. I don't know. That's a pain. Whatever. Anyway. What is it? What do I call it? Pin dot mpos. Okay, the pin position. save char.m doid. No. doid. Save char.m pin type equals cc.m pin.m type. So that's the pin. There's the zone identifier. Save char dot time remaining equals what is that? That's the cc dot expire time minus charm timer seconds. So if it hasn't expired, it's on the list. So the expire time is larger than the timer seconds. So the timer, okay, that makes sense. All right, I think that's all I have to store. cc dot pin charm original faction. I have to store that too. Yeah. So save char.m original faction equals cc original faction. That's of type character faction. I think that's a simple type. Public character faction faction. Let's call it original faction. Original faction. Okay, so we don't do that. We load that up. We add that to save data.charm characters add. So there's the list, and then it saves that list. Okay, so I copy out all the crap that I want to save. Whoops, into my data structure. And then I save it. And then when I load, can't load the whole thing, so we're going to load for, let's see, so it'll go like this. It'll go list hm save data charmed characters save data charmed character a list of these guys. Save chars new hm save data new list of save data charm character like that. So for each, oh, maybe I don't need to do that. I already have my list. I'm going to be looking at save data.m charm characters. That's going to be a thm save data charm character. So what we want to do now is we want to make that list back up from the data we have, which means I'm going to be doing all charm characters that clear charmed character cc equals new charmed character. Make that guy. Then I'm going to set the pin equal to, let's just go down the list here. So we'll worry about the pin in a second. Here's the part that I'm not sure about, the ZDOID. So our CC ZDOID is equal to the THM save data CC ZDOID. Then the CC charm expire time is equal to the current charm timer, whatever that currently is. I just loaded it, plus the char time remaining. Okay, good. And cc.original faction is equal to the thmscc original faction. Okay. Then I have to create a new pin. So cc.m pin equals new name at pin data. And then the type is the type. And the pause is the pause. That's it. And then I add to m all charmed characters. Just have to add that to my list of characters now. Like that. That should reload it and recreate the pin. And then I think that function below should add these all to the game. I think it's called. I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe it'll throw a huge exception as soon as I start to run. Let's find out. Oh, and I have to bump the version number. Are you headed out, Pix? Thanks. Oh, yeah, it's blasting. What's the problem now? Cannot deserialize ZDO ID because it contains property ID, which has no public setter. So yeah, zone definition. Okay, so this is going to be more complicated. And without that, I can't do this. Thanks for hanging out, Pixel. I really appreciate the company, man. I hope this wasn't too mind-numbing. Great progress, though. You know, good stuff today. I'm probably got another hour, and if it all works, I'll check it in and do a build. Need to get some testing. Might do this again, maybe not tomorrow, but maybe the day after. I don't know. I tend to get obsessed with shit like this. So, what's the relevant data in a ZDO ID? Let's find out. ZDO ID equals new ZDO ID. And then what's that constructor look like? It'll take a binary reader. So if you can take a binary reader, it might take it looks like just user key and ID, honestly. Is that it? Get user keys, user key and ID. User IDs is a list. It's static. Is it just that? It's just that. Oh. Maybe I can just set ID to ID. User ID and ID. I wonder if user ID changes when you relog. I don't know what it is. Null user, unknown former user. Kind of want to save everything. I wonder if I can do binary reader and binary writer. So there's a binary reader that I can pass in. No, that's for their save system. Equals just refer. Okay. Compare to is the user key and the ID. That's it. I think just user key and ID are all that matter. I'm going to guess. I'm going to short circuit this and see what happens. So I'm going to say ZDOID equals new HMSDCC dot and ZDOID dot ID comma our HMSDCC dot M ZDOID dot user ID. or user key in ID, and then that's it. So I'm just going to blast that in there. And then when I save it, I do the opposite. This is loading. So saving is what? This. That. Maybe that works. Wouldn't it be nice? Does this really say 20 watching now? Hold on a second. I'm going to refresh this. Yeah. Yeah, it does. That can't be right. What's that, like all like bots? Does that happen? Are there like companies that throw YouTube stream bots into streams and data mine stuff? Like, are they doing a voice imprint of my stentorian tenor over here and going to imitate me for selling me? Are they going to sell me some extended car insurance over the phone or something? Like, I don't know what goes on out there. Fucking cesspool, dude. But YouTube gets crazy numbers, but does that mean they're actual human beings, or is this some kind of, you know, Skynet thing happening? You'd think that if it said 20 watching now, it just doesn't specify 20 what's. I'm assuming humans, but that may not be the case. All right, let's see if this thing blows head gasket trying to load again. Oh, wait a minute. I need to bump the version number so that it doesn't try to pull the wrong data out. I think it'll at least tell me whether those data structures can be read and written that way. Cannot deserialize ZDO ID contains property ID, which has no public setter. Well, no, I get that, but I'm going around that. ZDO. Then I need to switch this up and not do it this way, but I need to get this type out of that data structure, I think. Hold on. This can be rejiggered, I think. ZDO ID contains a a long user ID, a ushort user key and a uint ID. Those are the things I need to have. I think that's all I need. So let's do that. So this is public ushort m user key and public uint m ID. And original faction. Got to be some bot AI stuff, I guess. But like, how do they track engagement if like 20 of them are bots? I mean, I'm definitely not paying for views here. I'm frankly floored if one person wants to sit here and do this with me, because I would be doing the same thing except not prattling on and on to myself if no one were here. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know how the world works anymore. The M user key and MID. M user key, which is that, and save char MID equals that. And that's just the data straight out of it. And then I'm guessing when I reload is I can't actually make one of these things with user key and ID. User ID and well, hold on, that's a long and a hold on. It's a long and a uint. I have a u short and a uint. So something's not right. ID is a uint. What sets user key? Add user ID. So this isn't quite. It's just user key and ID. ID, user key. So user key is the u short. I can get and set it. So what's the, oh, I have to do it this way. What's going on? I have to do it this way. That. Okay, well that at least compiles, so I'm sure, wait, hold on, I'm sure it works. Bump my save file version number. I keep thinking to do that, but don't. Yeah, I've noticed on Sobi1 streams there's like 90 viewers and like 2 people are talking. And it's creepy. Like there's something not right looking about that. And I thought maybe he like had a bunch of AFK things going on, or I don't know. It's like, I don't know what that is. But I think it's you and me in here, Volk, and then like, you know, maybe 19. Oh, well, it didn't throw an exception, so no telling if that actually worked. So we can find out if we charm him, we save. Oh, got an error. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Line 705. Save char is null. Save data. Charmed characters is null. Oh, yeah. Save char. Add. Yeah, I can't add to that unless I make it first. Charmed characters. New list. Yeah, okay. That's new and add. All right. Hey, what do you know? He recharmed. But he's clearly fucked up. Where are you going? Where are you going, Ike? Going for a long, slow slide. Well, it partially worked. It's already charmed, so I won't be able to recharm. It worked better than I thought, honestly, because of all the stupid crap I had to do. So he's deactivated. He is It's clearly not the same Ike that I left with. Bye, buddy. There he go. There's collision. His like friction's off, and he's not animating. And I get an error. Yeah, I did. Set charm state. Null reference 7995. Let's see what went wrong. Oh. 7995. Set follow target. So his monster AI is not initialized at this point. Set charm state is called by what? It's called by awake. So set charm state is called by awake. Awake means... So he's not initialized yet. He's just waking up, and he doesn't have an AI. And I threw an exception, and it gave up on trying to load him, and so now he's sliding around like a slidey thing. This is after awake is executed. I get the list of all the charm characters, and I set them into a charm state, but that worked. It found his ID. It found it in my list, and the ID of the character that was waking up was correct. So it actually called get charm state. So Ike was there, and it found him. It got a record out of the thing. I don't think I need to do this. Got the character, set his faction, added the effect, we saw that, and then it went to his AI and it was probably empty. Or, wait. No reference exception. Object reference not set to the instance of an object. Follow target. So maybe the local player wasn't loaded yet. I bet either that or the monster AI was not set up. No, the monster AI was there. It's just, I bet local player wasn't set. So let's try this. If player.m local player is unequal to null and player.m local player game object is unequal to null, then this is annoying because I'm going to have to do this some other later time. Later than awake. And go back and patch his target back in, which maybe is okay. Let's see what happens. I don't know. Maybe it'll work. I'm dying to know why does my YouTube stream show 20 users, 20 what? Watchers when there's only one guy. Wait a minute, what was that? Hey, look at him, he's moving. And he's okay, that worked. That did work. He's still following me? So yeah, his follow target gets set by me when his AI updates, so it doesn't matter if I skip it right there. Kick ass. Alright, well now it's loads and saves charm targets. That's pretty nifty. Yeah, alright, let's go. What are we going to do? Ike. Want to fight another Ike near the water? I kind of want you to. I want to see if you get sad again. Let's spawn trophy deer 2. Broken bow. Where's the altar anyway? It's over there. Bravo, thank you, Volk. I wrote a whole bunch of code there not knowing what would happen, and it all just kind of ended up working, so that's always a satisfying feeling. Especially since while I was writing it, I had very little idea what I was doing. Alright, Ike, come on over. Other Ike is on the way, I think. Is he getting in the water and getting sad? Looks like he's getting in the water getting sad. Yeah, he's doing the backslidey sad water thing. Okay, that's not fixed. That means this Ike is going to go in the water and get sad with them. And then they're going to have the world's most unspectacular water fight. He's not going to follow me out of the water. Yeah, this is that same bug. So I've got to figure that out. Ouch. This probably also means bears get lazy in the water too. Okay, it says YouTube uses a system to count how many people have viewed the video, not necessarily how many people are currently watching it. Different views on a single device could be combined. Well, it doesn't. Might be a bug in the system. Oh, okay, right on. Never really would have considered there might be a bug there. Alright, so that's the boring water fight. Let's see if bears... See if bears have problems with water still. I bet they do. Oh, whoops. Bears seem to have problems with rivers. This bear doesn't seem to care. Oh, and I see a bunch of boss icons on the... So it looks like my old pins might have gotten written out as... Oh, those are... Wait a minute, what is that? That's not this. That's the places where I killed stuff. Those are written out. These are where I killed the enemy. So that's a bug with that other thing that I did. Did I break that? I didn't touch that, I don't think. Where's my bear? It says my bear is like right down here. Ouch. My bear down here? Yeah, he's in the water. Doing water bear stuff. So that bug is definitely still there. So, charmed enemies followed us too close. Okay, that's been fixed. Charmed enemies sometimes go in the water and get sad. Yes, that is still a bug. Although, yeah, he's still hanging out in there. No bow and creating a character. Charmed Dvergr shoots you in the back. Thralls chase deer all the way across. Okay, I got a couple things I still have to work on. Still a really slow Ike fight in the water. Alright, they gave up on me because the charm broke. That's fine. Ouch. Alright, you go kill him. It's gonna go back in the water and be sad or what? I am going to take a quick break, bathroom break, and I'll be right back. One, I guess. Where'd you kill him, dude? Over here? Should there be an Ike trophy? Oh, I haven't picked up the trophy yet. Where'd you kill him? Up there. Oh, okay. Well, they didn't go back in the water. That's nice. Dang it. My voice, okay. So the deal with the other icons converting into boss icons has nothing to do with my changes. I changed the save data format number, and it lost the ability to load the old trophy icons. It's actually fine. Well, what next? Been at this for almost 5.5 hours. That is a long ass time for me to be sitting here doing this madness. Pardon my eating, that's probably a big streamer faux pas. Start stuffing, you're like poking food into your head in the middle of the live stream. Kind of want to go fuck him up in the forest and see what Ike does. Come on, buddy. We need to build a base. Yeah, that's where I picked up the Ike trophy. So, start was here. That means I've got probably a long way to go for forest. Where'd he go? Oh, he's no longer mine. Going home. Look at him go. Going back to his spawn? Looks like it. This AI is not broken. It's less broken than it was before. Yeah, he's hanging around his spawn stones again. Hi, buddy. Follow me in the water. I want to go to Black Forest. I think that's Black Forest across the way. I'm going to... I can't spawn a carve, can I? Can I? Yes, I can. Good place to spawn a carve, mate. Where's my buddy? There he is. Let's see what he does if I sail away. He's just destroying things in the forest. I mean the meadows. So I suspect he's, like, what happens here is he has a target, can't path to it for reasons. Maybe he doesn't, maybe it's telling him to get out of the water. And he just doesn't know what to do. He like keeps like, oh, I want this target, oh, I can't path to it. Oh, I want this target, oh, I can't path to it. And he's just stuck. There's not forest at all. Got a notification from Axmal saying that he almost got all the trophies in Trailblazer. He got 4 left. Oh man, it's gonna be driving him crazy. See, I want to play this in Trailblazer mode, so my boats are 10x. The thread just started. Oh, I could use to watch him instead of doing this. Honestly, I think I'm gonna probably call this one. Good Lord, I did a bunch of stuff. That was a good coding session. Got a lot of shit done. Let's take a quick reassessment. So charmed enemies sometimes go in the water and get sad. I'll work on that next. And I'll work on charmed Dvergr shoot you in the back. And I'll leash the Thralls to not chase across the zone. And there's charm breaks because enemies forgot about you completely with an unload thing, so that's been fixed. So I got five bugs off the list. I've got 3 to go and then a feature implementation. That's not too bad. Nice. I'm going to call that done. Go back to VSR and reply to my own message like some kind of psychotic. Nice. So you scored about 2,800 for the stream, right? Yeah, I'm speed running bugs here. I'm trophy hunting each fix. I don't know. That first part of the stream was a bit of a boss fight. After that, it got kind of grindy. Cool, man. Well, thanks for hanging out to the bitter end, Volk. I appreciate your company. It's actually I'm not as self-conscious doing this as I when I started, and it's actually kind of nice to hang out with people and do this. It kind of takes some of the drudgery out of it. Plus, like every once in a while, I get to be, oh, hey, check this out. It's a cool thing. Let me show off this thing. I'm gonna put load save fix for charm lists and version bump. All right. Cool, man. All right. Well, I'm gonna lay down on my back and watch Thread for a while. I think. Go taunt Xmall and see if I can get him to run Trailblazer again. It's only 4 trophies, man. What's the problem? All right. Have a good night, man. And maybe I'll catch you around on another one of these coming up if I feel spry enough, refreshed tomorrow, and I do want to get this done. So anyway, who knows? What am I trying to say? I'm rambling. All right. Have a good night, man. Talk to you soon.